Hanson Zacharat. Happy birthday. And just a reminder that there is a tourism job fair going on right now at the BCF. So if you're looking for summer work, check it out. There's lots of things going on over there. On Thursday, there's Hockey Day in Midland this coming Thursday. So it'd be fun to attend that. I just want to thank everyone for the success of Family Day Unplugged. There was 709 attendees. That has broke the record for all past years. So congratulations to the town committee, April, the Family Fun Committee, volunteers, the BCF pool, curling club, library, everyone else that was involved. So congratulations on all that. Just a reminder that we do have the town app available, so check it out. You go on to your app store and look for SeeClickFix, SeeClickFix. Download that app for the Drumheller community, and you can, rather than contact town hall or counselors by phone, you can just automatically go to the app, report your concern, and it will be followed up. So we're really excited about that. And finally, the Celebration of Excellence is coming up here soon. And Travel Drumheller is looking for nominations for the 2020 Tourism Excellence Award. As well, the Chamber is looking for the awards for Small Business of the Year, Large Business of the Year, Diversity Leadership Award, Arts, Culture, and Community, Most Promising New Business, as well as Business and Professional. So please stop down here at Town Hall, at the Chamber, and pick up a form. You can go online and just let's honor those who work so hard for our community. On the date of which? It's in June sometime, June 11th. Okay, so then I would like to just read a proclamation here for the Kid in Canada proclamation. I, Heather Kohlberg, Mayor of the Town of Drumheller, feel that each citizen would welcome the opportunity to pause and reflect with pride on the rich heritage of accomplishment through the 100 years of Kinsmen, Canet, and Kin clubs that have existed in Canada. And with the express idea of honoring our local club, the Kinsmen Club of Drumheller, I do hereby declare Thursday, February 20th, 2020, Kin Canada, and declare the week of February 16th to 22nd, 2020, Kin Canada, week a celebration of Kinsmen, Canets, and Kin in Canada, and urge all citizens to salute their local Kinsmen members. So can I call the Kinsmen members that are here in attendance and council to the front, and we will hold the flag, and we will take a picture, and then we will give the flag to Public Works to raise for us. So everybody joins to the front. All right. Thank you again, Keith and Grant for coming, and we're all the best to the Kinsman Club for what they do to our community. So now, before we change the agenda, I just want to make I'm not adding, or I just want to move the branding committee from 8.2 up to right under the adoption of the minutes, so that we don't make you guys sit here all night long. So can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Christine, Lisa as amended. All in favor? Carried. And can I get a motion to adopt the minutes of February 3rd? Jay, Tom, comments? Tony?
Just one discrepancy, Your Worship, you were recorded as absent on that meeting, yet you attended the closed session on M 2020-39. She was here in spirit. Okay.
Yeah. So yes, so that needs to be fixed, yeah. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so now can I get a motion to go, and we are going into camera on this because what the branding committee is going to present is intellectual properties of the designer, and so we are not required to show, or not able to show these for legal purposes. So can I get a motion to go in camera? Lisa, Tony, all in favor? Carried. Those who are on the branding committee are welcome to stay. All right, we're welcome back, and I'm going to call to order a public hearing. The purpose of the public hearing is to consider bylaw 01.20, which amends land use bylaw 10.08 for the town of Drumheller to redesignate that portion of NW 12-29-20 W4, which lies to the southwest of the northeast limit of the roadway as shown on Plan 7042 BM, containing approximately 58.4 hectares or 144.3 acres. Excuse me. This hearing is being held to allow for any person who claims they will be affected by the rezoning of the land use bylaw to speak to the matter. The rezoning would facilitate a proposal from M&D Sands that would allow for the construction of a 3-season private recreational community consisting of recreational vehicles, park models, and cottages. So do we have Palliser here? No.
No, so the because it's not a Monday, the doors are locked. We're not left open at the front, so I suspect that there might be a few people outside, including Devin from Palliser. So Julie has just gone to check that, as has, I think, Darwin.
Okay, we'll just wait a minute. Is that everybody that's in? Okay, so I'm going to actually just reread the purpose of the meeting. So the purpose of the public hearing is to consider bylaw 01.20, which amends land use bylaw 10.08 for the town of Drumheller to redesignate that portion of Northwest 12-29-20 West 4th, which lies to the southwest of the northeast limit of the roadway, as shown on Plan 7042 BM, containing approximately 58.4 hectares or 144.3 acres. This hearing is being held to allow for any persons who claim they'll be affected by the rezoning of the land use bylaw to speak to the matter. The rezoning would facilitate a proposal from M&D Sands that would allow for the construction of a 3-season private recreational community consisting of recreational vehicles, park models, and cottages. Therefore, could I have Palliser Regional Municipal Services speak on this? Welcome, Devin. Ross?
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. For anyone that doesn't know me, my name is Devin Diano. I'm a planner with Palliser Regional Municipal Services. And today I have a report to go through on the proposed bylaw. So an application was submitted to Palliser Regional Municipal Services to redistrict or rezone the subject property from agricultural district to residential cottage housing district, as seen in the attached maps. So with your guys' package there should be 2 attached maps there. The application was submitted by Bob Dornball, and he's the agent authorized to act on behalf of the registered landowners M&D Sands. So the applicant is applying to rezone the property for the purpose of developing a private recreational community consisting of RVs, park models, and cottages. The property is located on the north side of the Red Deer River, on top of the valley and along Highway 576, all within the town of Drumheller municipal boundary. Adjacent properties are zoned as Urban Transitional District and Agricultural District and are currently used for extensive agricultural operations. The following report and information considers the proposed RCH district and whether all uses and requirements within the RCH district are appropriate for the given location and fits within the vision, goals, and policies outlined within the Town of Drumheller Municipal Development Plan. So first, looking at the current agricultural district, the purpose of the agricultural district, which I've attached as Appendix 1 to the report, is to provide a range of agricultural uses as well as recognizing the need for residential and other uses. The current agricultural district contains discretionary uses that including but not limited to bed and breakfast establishments, campgrounds, extensive agriculture, dwellings, gravel, sand, and material excavation and storage, and recreational facilities, restaurants, and work camps. So the current agricultural district does contain similar discretionary uses to the proposed RCH district. However, the current agricultural district does not accommodate residential, recreational, multi-lot subdivisions or bare land condominium plans. Further, the agricultural district does not contain cluster dwellings, recreational vehicles, or park models as a use. So as such, the applicant has applied to rezone the property to the RCH district, which includes the permitted and discretionary uses, which would better accommodate the development proposal. So next, looking at the proposed RCH district. So the purpose of the proposed RCH district, which is attached as Appendix 2 to the report, is to provide for comprehensively designed cottage dwelling development and associated buildings and uses that may be seasonal or year-round occupancy within or adjacent to appropriate residential and or agricultural areas within the town boundaries. The RCH district provides for the opportunity for subdivision to be accomplished by means of bare land condominium plan, clustered development on a single parcel with no individual titles, or fee simple lots. So rezoning the subject property to RCH district would allow all the permitted and discretionary uses as outlined in the RCH district to be applied on the property. So in relation to the proposed recreational resort, the RCH district may allow for cottage dwellings and cottage dwelling clusters, recreational vehicles, park models, modular dwellings, parks and playgrounds, and common buildings such as recreation buildings, laundromat, washroom and shower facilities, and similar uses. Additionally, any further development of the RCH district would be required to meet all the minimum, maximum, and special requirements as outlined in the RCH district, as well as all other relevant policies in the land use bylaw and the town's municipal development plan. So next I want to talk a bit about the Town of Drumheller Municipal Development Plan and the policies within that would apply to this development. So the MDP has the purpose of providing a basis for dealing with land use activities within the town and includes policies intended to provide a framework for future land use planning and development, and as a guide for planning and managing growth in an efficient, economic, and orderly manner. The following MDP policies need to be considered while evaluating if the proposed RCH district is appropriate on the subject property. So section 4.1 talks about the future development pattern within the town. This is arguably one of the more important policy sections when considering the rezoning, because it kind of identifies what future land use the town is looking for in what areas. So to start, the objectives of this section are to ensure urban expansion is compatible with existing development to avoid environmental and land use conflicts, and to ensure planning applications are dealt with transparently with appropriate public consultation opportunities. The policies within this district, starting with talking about future land use, they state that future land use maps identified in Figure 2, as amended from time to time, shall be adopted as the guide for future development of new areas in accordance with these policies of this plan, and proposed land use amendments shall conform to the land uses identified in Figure 2 and all provisions of the municipal development plan. Next, looking more at kind of the transparent planning process, applicants for planning approvals, including subdivision, area structure plans, area concept plans, and development may be required to hold a public meeting with the community to provide a detailed overview of the proposal and to create a more transparent planning process with relevant public input. So looking at the future land use map, which is Figure 2 in the MDP, but I attached it to this report as Appendix 3, it identifies the future land use for this property as residential development in the future. So the proposed RCH district would be consistent and conform to the identified future residential area identified within the municipal development plan. Also talking about transparent planning processes, the applicant held a public meeting on February 6, 2020 at the Badlands Community Facility, where he provided an overview of the proposal and answered questions from the public. The applicant also indicated at this meeting that the public hearing would be occurring on February 18th to provide residents the opportunity to voice their concerns to council. This was not a mandatory requirement under the MDP, but was a beneficial process to ensure public transparency. The next section I want to talk about from the MDP is section 4.2, which discusses area planning documents. So these policies state that for more complex applications as determined by planning staff and council, an area structure plan or area concept plan may be required, and complexity is determined by the number of parcels proposed, potential for future development subsequent to the proposal, nature of the proposed land use and potential environmental constraints or effects, nature of the proposed land use and potential land use conflicts with adjacent land uses, requirements of infrastructure or servicing, presence of nuisance factors, or previous land uses that may conflict with the application. So an area structure plan or area concept plan is not a mandatory requirement under the MDP or the land use bylaw. However, staff and town council do have the ability to request these documents if they feel additional information is needed to ensure that all the requirements of the land use bylaw and the MDP are being met. So these documents can also be requested at the subdivision and development application permit stages. So I'll talk a little bit about that in a second too. Next, section 5.2 from the MDP looks at environmental protection, and the policies state to protect, maintain, and enhance the unique landscape features that contribute to the visual continuity and aesthetic quality of the valley by establishing setback zones from the top of an escarpment in any new development or redevelopment area, and to preserve undeveloped major escarpments as natural open spaces to preserve the natural environment in recognized tourist area corridors. So these policies aim to preserve the unique landscape and natural features that create the aesthetic quality and visual continuity that defines the Red Deer River Valley and creates a desired tourism experience. So the land use bylaw does include specific setback regulations in regards to building close to the escarpment of the valley. So if a development permit is applied for, it will be important to review the development proposal to ensure that the development meets all the setback requirements in the land use bylaw as well as the above MDP policies. Next, I want to talk a little bit about any future subdivision or development applications that may be applied for. So should council approve the proposed rezoning, both the MDP and the land use bylaw contain additional policies that will need to be considered at the time of future subdivision and development of the property. Some of these things that I'm about to list have also been brought up as concerns by some people. So it'll be important that at the subdivision and development stage that these are all addressed. So while the following is not an exhaustive list, the major considerations that will need to be addressed include site drainage. So when you're taking an agricultural parcel and you're adding potentially 100 or more lots, it's going to affect the way that water drains off the site. So we'll need to see a site drainage plan for that. Also servicing and servicing agreements are going to be a big one. So especially sewage treatment system, there's not a public sanitary system up there. So it'll have to be a private system that's built to provincial standards. Also a water agreement. So there is a water line that crosses the property right now that's owned by Starland County. So the applicant will have to have an agreement with Starland County in place. Also power, so it'd be an agreement with ATCO Electric. Next, setbacks from the escarpment and natural features. So we talked about this a little bit already, but just ensuring that at the development stage, the sections of the land use bylaw that give those setbacks are being met. Undermining soil stability and site grading, so a geotechnical study might be required. Also impacts on adjacent properties and mitigation measures. So at the time of a development application, the development authority will have to review and see what kind of impacts could occur from the proposal and how those can be mitigated. Then there'll be subdivision and lot design, so working with the surveyor to get a proper lot design, as well as architectural controls and the design, character, and appearance of buildings on the site. So in order to satisfy that these considerations are met, Palliser Regional Municipal Services will be recommending that the Town Development Authority require that the applicant submit a detailed concept plan, including information that addresses all of the above considerations for the proposed development and any additional information as requested by the Development Authority at the time of an application. Sorry, losing my voice a bit. So for next, the statutory requirements for advertising and referral responses. So the bylaw was granted first reading by council on February 3rd, 2020. A public hearing date was set for February 18th, 2020, providing an opportunity for those who deem themselves affected by the proposed amendment to address council. And administration confirmed that the newspaper advertising for the public hearing was completed in accordance with Section 606 of the Municipal Government Act. Additionally, notices of the proposed bylaw were sent directly to adjacent landowners and external referral agencies. So this included, but is not limited to Alberta Environment, Alberta Health Services, Alberta Transportation, ATCO Electric, and Starland County. So this provided an opportunity for those who may be affected to comment on the proposed rezoning. At the time of writing this staff report, we have received the following comments on the proposal. So first, starting with adjacent landowners, we've received a letter from Jason James. We've also had a couple phone conversations with him about some of his concerns. So I have a list that kind of highlights his main points. I've attached his letter as well as Appendix 4. I'm not going to read through the entire letter, but I'll touch on his main points, and you'll have to, I guess, read his letter for some of his supporting information. So his main concerns are that resort users trespassing on his adjacent farmland. So whether they're walking, hiking, or biking, or using motorized vehicles along the river valley that's on his property. He's concerned with interference with farming operations, traffic impacts on Highway 576, what's going to be occurring for a sewage system and treatment, the water capacity in the area and whether it can handle this development, site drainage and how that's going to impact Machichi Creek, the Red Deer River, and these tributaries. Impacts on the natural environment and wildlife, as well as he had questions about the intermunicipal development plan with Starland County. So this development would fall within the intermunicipal development plan area, but that document actually hasn't been passed yet, so it's still in draft form, and should be passed probably by the beginning of April. Looking at that document, although the policies don't apply yet, they're pretty general in nature, and they don't actually talk about very specific land use within that area. I think the policies that would be most relevant from that document are more about referring applications to Starland County, which we actually did anyway, so we kind of covered that off. Next, looking at some responses from external referral agencies. Alberta Transportation, they've responded to us, and I attached the letter as Appendix 5. So their comments included that future development, because of this rezoning, does have the potential to affect the highway network. So Alberta Transportation will require that potential access improvements to this parcel be considered, as well as roadside development setbacks and standards as development occurs. The applicant has been in contact with Alberta Transportation regarding these requirements. Alberta Transportation has also completed a traffic impact assessment for the applicant, and all requirements of this assessment will need to be addressed at the development permit stage. Lastly, Alberta Health Services, and I've attached their letter as Appendix 6. Their comments include that they have no objections to the proposal, provided that the development of this site includes an approved communal or municipal water and wastewater system. And then finally, just to end off with a recommendation to council from Palliser. We find that the proposed redistricting is consistent with the MDP and the land use bylaw, and as such, PRMS recommends that town council approve bylaw 01.20. Thank you. And we're available to answer any questions, and I believe Mr. Dorenball is here as well, the applicant, and he's told me that he's happy to come up and answer questions as well from council, so thanks.
All right, thank you, Devin. Thank you, Ross. Okay, so I just want to note the town has received one written submission dated February 9th from Randy, Mary, Shelley, Lisa, and Jason James, who are opposed to the rezoning due to its potential negative impact on farming practices, the risk to water security and management, potential pollution from sanitary systems, and the proposed consistency with the town's municipal development plan. The entire letter is available in the agenda as well. So I would just want to be clear, this is for rezoning. If the rezoning is approved, then that has to go to a development stage, correct? All right. So therefore, do we have any public who wishes to speak on this? Not one? Okay, just 1 second here. I'll just state the rules. So each person will state their name, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. So if you want to come forward, we just have one, so come ahead forward. Do you want to just turn that mic on, Devin? All right, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm Randy Van Dyke. I'm one of the adjacent landowners. And I agree with the James is that it should be, like if it's agriculture, it should stay agricultural. But the question I have is if all this goes through,
Wait, just keep speaking
Okay.
into the mic, sorry.
if you rezone it residential and everything falls apart, does it go back to agricultural or does it stay residential? 'Cause
It
you're-
stays at residential.
Yeah.
You would have to go back through a rezoning.
Yeah, because it sounds to me like it's gonna be a lot of money, like sewers, power, roads. So the question I have, should you go ahead with this or keep it agricultural?
Okay, so that's where it'll go to council for a vote, so
Yeah.
that's why we listen to everyone.
Yeah,
So yeah, we'll make a decision here after we hear everything.
yeah,
But at this time, we've heard what Palliser has to say, and so we let everybody else speak.
yeah.
Okay?
So we could rezone it agricultural if it doesn't go ahead.
That's what it's zoned right now.
We could, if it becomes residential and everything falls apart, we can rezone it.
It could go back
We
for
could rezone it
rezoning, yes.
agricultural. Okay, thanks.
Yes,
Oh, just-
okay.
So just maybe a couple clarifications. So the owner or their agents are the only ones that can rezone land. So
Yeah.
it would have to be up to the Sands or or an agent they have if they wanted to turn it back to agricultural land. It wouldn't be something that can be turned out by a third party. So like the municipal government. So if it was turned from agriculture to a residential cottage development, zoning, and it wanted to go back, it would be up to the owners to actually change it back.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. Like, they may go through with it and may fall apart. Somebody may buy that land. It could come up for sale. Everything changes, right?
Yeah, and then, yeah, and to be clear, so I think maybe there's an inference that the town was part of the development, but it's entirely a private developer doing
Yeah.
it. So all that's being considered here today is actually whether or not it should be rezoned
Yeah,
from agriculture to residential cottage. If it was to pass that, there's a whole bunch of other
yeah.
things that need to happen, so.
So we gotta look at the road too. If they have to re-widen the road, they're gonna have to probably take some land off. either
Well, again,
myself-
Alberta Transportation did review it, did have some recommendations, I think, according to Devon.
Yeah,
So there are, I don't know what some of those.
I'd like to see that.
are. If,
Yeah,
again, this is
if I
only
could.
one stage in the
Yeah.
process, so.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody else like to speak? Go ahead. Come forward. And I'm sorry, I mixed it up. Usually I go the ones in favor before and then the ones opposed, but right now we're doing, sorry, I mixed up, but we're doing the ones opposed right now. So come on.
I don't even know if this could happen, but I just have to ask. Hello, everybody. But I wrote a letter and I was just wondering if I could read it. I'd put it in the Drumheller mail.
Sure.
Is that
But
okay?
first I gotta I know your name and everything, but I gotta have you stated on the record and then I gotta get you to sign that little thing.
Okay. I'm Mary James,
Okay?
and I just wrote a letter to the editor, but I thought maybe since I'm here, I could read it to all of you folks.
Sure.
And it just says, letter to the editor. In regards to the application to rezoning land from agriculture to residential off of Highway 576, I wish to express my concerns in regards to the future of this land. These are personal opinions. If I said nothing, I would be letting all nature that occupy the 138 acres, which I got from the last, when they had the proposal 138, but I noticed in the paper, it says 144.3. So there's a discrepancy there, but that's where I got the 138 from, just to make that clear. And letting nature down that occupy the 138 acres down. The animals that occupy this land have no voices to be heard in regards to this matter, so I feel an obligation to write down some thoughts. I do wish Drumheller economic growth and prosperity, but I have to wonder if this area is right for this consideration. This area is home to a great number of animals, including a well-traveled route to access the river. This land accommodates throughout the 4 seasons some of the following animals: deer, coyotes, bull snakes, raptors, hawks, eagles, and kestrels, vultures, gophers, mice, insects, numerous migratory birds as well as residential birds. Skunks and porcupines also move through this area. The point is, this is a very important area for wildlife, not only as a place to live, but as a very plentiful food source. Our native grass, prairie wool, is just, if destroyed, may never return, and it will be replaced with tame grasses that do not thrive as well in dry areas. The area consists of hay, land, as well as prairie wool. If this land is rezoned to residential, I do hope the folks that choose to live there will be prepared for country living. Coyotes will howl, maybe even take a small dog or two if they are left alone. Deer will frequent their sites and eat their flowers. The wind at times on top of the valley can be very strong, and whatever is not tied down at these sites will be gone. Farming will take place adjacent to the property. At times it will be very dusty, noisy, and folks will smell spray, all of which will be unpleasant for some people. A risk of fire in the area will increase. Trespassing on adjacent lands could be an issue. Litter in the area may increase. A few additional concerns. I just wonder if this land is permitted to become residential, what the skyline from Drumheller will look like in the future years to come. Once the land is rezoned, ideas other than the ones proposed today are sure to manifest over time. There is no turning back once this agricultural land is rezoned. Sincerely, Mary James. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. All right, do we have anybody that wants to speak for? Sure, come forward, Bob.
My name is Bob Dornenbaugh. I am the developer. And thank you. So, I love the discussion that's been happening, and at the open house, we had almost 60 people there. We spent almost 4 hours in some good discussion, and what I really found is that nothing really to me is not solvable right now. We have a lot of work to do yet through the development stage. The concept right now for us in the rezoning, which is really what we're here for tonight, is the difference between building a campground and building a resort. And campground, as it is defined, is for temporary use by recreational vehicles and tents. Well, we know what RVs are like now. They're long, they're heavy. People just want to get in the car and go. But when it comes to being a good neighbor and being environmentally conscious, and people trespassing, these are now neighbors. These are not transient campers that are coming for 5 days, right? They're buying a piece of property, and they're coming to spend their time in the community, and it becomes its own community within the community. So it will be a bigger part of the greater community. But again, when we talk about being good neighbors and being inside of agriculture land, that's part of the attraction, right? To sit and watch the sunset as a combine's going through the field. I mean, that's part of the attraction, and we know. And everybody will know when they go onto that property looking at potentially setting up their recreational spot there, that this is being built in the heart of farmland, and farmland is not a 9 to 5 job, right? I mean, it happens all the time when it needs to happen. So we're okay with that, and we have a big piece of property there, and I know that residential cottage housing district has minimum density rules. Well, first off, we're not minimalistic when it comes to setback from the escarpment or from. We want this to not be a cookie cutter stacked one on top of the other. Here's your cup of coffee to the neighbor that you're that close. We have a lot of property there that we want to be conscious of the entire surroundings, right? Both our view, you won't be able to see it from the valley, right? It is on the other side of the escarpment, so it's not going to change the skyline of Drumheller in any way, shape, or form. But we also want to maintain, for people that want to use these recreational spots, is their little oasis that they want the peace and quiet. I mean, imagine some kids for their first time hearing coyotes howling, right? Like, they're not going to get to sleep because they're excited, So I just want to say that we're conscious of all of that. And I grew up in a small town, and I get that. I also understand what this development will do for Drumheller. When you're bringing people in that have disposable incomes that could stay 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 6 months, right? They could commute back and forth to Calgary from their RV spot or their cottage spot. And, you know, they're the ones showing up at the farmer's market, and they're the ones that are going to the hardware store to grab their shed materials and their deck materials and their lawn furniture and their liquor store and their grocery store and all the things that go with it. So, again, as a developer, I just want to say we understand what's in front of us as far as, you know, meeting drainage and water and sewer and power. Those are the top three in any development, and we get that. And we're excited to actually bring this to the area for many of the reasons that people that aren't from here will get to understand agriculture, Drumheller, the Badlands, and their own community. So there's my 30-second or more spiel.
All right, well, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay, so at this time, I'm going to ask if council has any questions. Tom?
Yeah, just one question concerning the water line. Do we know if the water line is going to be adequate? Like, I've heard it was just a 3-inch line, and that might not be enough. Doesn't matter at this, but I'm just wondering.
I did speak with Glenn Reap at Starland County under that discussion. And of course, some of the questions that came back to us is that the water
Lisa?
It's a little bit forward thinking, but Bob, if I may, when it comes to some of the concerns in regards to noise and dust, what is your standpoint on that? Because, I mean, it sounds great to say, oh, well, you can sit on your back deck and watch the combines in the fall from the distance, but the reality is that those combines are quite close, and the dust that's produced from them is quite significant. Especially living in the valley, we can see the glow, the haze of the dust just up on the walls of the valley, so, and that's being far enough away removed. So I'd like to hear a little bit of your proposals or some of the thoughts going forward that might address that, because that seems to be a pretty significant point. If I may, I got one more question to follow up with that. So I believe if looking at the map, there's a gravel pit directly below the development. Is that correct? Okay, so this proposed development, does that block access to that gravel pit?
That gravel pit would actually be contained in the other parcels that would be purchased as part of the resort, so it'll still be private.
Okay, thank you.
Christine?
Thanks so much, Bob. My question's actually for you as well. So I know, of course, once the area structure plans and that kind of things
Just
comes
a
into
sec,
play.
Christine. Sorry to interrupt. Bob, can you come up to the mic here? Because I think you're getting most of the questions.
Perfect. Thank you. So I know that obviously the area structure plans come, and with that will be kind of community planning. So there will be all sorts of things, the little sidewalks, areas. So have you taken into concern the concerns of the local wildlife, like they've said? Are there going to be ample areas for wildlife to move, like, or, because you said you're not going to cookie cutter it. So I'm picturing trees, I'm picturing still some wildlife sanctuaries. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and again, that's the beauty of the land, the way it cascades, and there's a couple of different valleys that are in there, and I mean, we are planning even some potential man-made water features, right, that could actually attract the wildlife and leave that as a green space that's through there. Right now, it's a bit of a blank canvas, but it will look substantially different because of the fact that we plant greeneries and trees and trails, and it's a big piece of property. So we've got lots of room for that, to leave a lot of that green and natural, for sure.
Anybody else? Tom?
Yeah, just one last comment. I love the location. And I'm coming from the perspective from our flood mitigation team that is sitting there. And I've said this over and over and over again, for 100 years, we have been building in Drumheller in the wrong places. I don't think this resort will be subject to flood.
No.
I think it's high enough, and I think we have to almost get in the mindset of this valley that we can expect, and we want and need more development up on the valley edges. That to continually, for the last 100 years, build along the river is not working, and it hasn't worked. So just from a flood perspective, I just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple of comments. I like the fact that you said working with your neighbors, because that's important. And I think before you leave here, Devin's at the back there, and he's got the same kind of setup over, well, his is more of the campground versus the resort, but he still has to work with his neighbors, so maybe you can chat with him.
Absolutely.
And it must, like, and obviously, like Carstairs, I have a friend who lives right on a field, similar situation, and they do get notices when it's harvest or seeding and stuff. So probably, check with a couple of those communities and see how they
Sure.
work with them. Other than that, does anybody else have anything? Okay. Oh, sorry, Lisa, go ahead.
Thanks. So maybe more for admin. What would a typical setback in that type of situation look like? So I think I've heard parts of conversation saying that if we're in the Drumheller Valley, you would not be able to see this development. That's pretty substantial.
So the setbacks in part are determined in the land use bylaw, and it's dependent on the height. So the intent of it is that any development isn't seen from the bottom. So
And that would be taking into account geotechnical results,
Yeah.
especially of that? Okay,
yeah,
thanks.
yeah, it's geotechnical plus aesthetic, right? So
Is anybody else? Okay, so I now will ask for any rebuttals to the comments. Does anybody have any other things they want to say? All right, I will close this hearing as of now then. Thank you. Okay, so just for you guys who are here, I know you're waiting, but we have to kind of follow the agenda because that's just the way MGA tells us. So we have a couple other or a couple other things we've got to do before we get to that vote. So can we go back to 4.2.1, Daryl?
Thank you, Your Worship. So what I'm looking for is a motion for a public hearing for bylaw 02.20, the land use bylaw amendment for cannabis terminology and definitions, and that the bylaw public hearing meeting be set to March 2nd, not March 16th as shown in here. We just need to advertise it for 2 consecutive weeks, and unfortunately that didn't happen last week. So
I get a motion, Tom?
Yeah, I move that council set a public hearing for the March 2nd, 2020 regular council meeting regarding bylaw 02.20 land use bylaw amendment dash cannabis terminology and definitions.
Seconder, Lisa? All in favor, or comments? All in favor? Carried. Move to 4.
Your Worship, can I request a 5-minute recess, please? We've already been meeting for 2 hours, almost.
Sure, we can have a 5-minute
Thank you.
recess. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's move on to 4.3.1, Barb.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before you is bylaw 0620. I do have to ask, we're seeking adoption of this bylaw. We're looking for all 3 readings this evening if possible. I would like to say that there is a couple of typos that I would like to have it adopted as amended. So under 2A, it should say for the 2020 tax year. And then we will correct the dates of the readings given to reflect 2020. So the purpose of this bylaw is to authorize the assessment of improvements that are constructed throughout the year through supplementary assessment for 2020.
Okay. Got a motion, Tom?
Yeah, I move first reading of bylaw 06.20
Second,
as amended.
seconder? Jay, all in favor? Carried. Can I get a motion for second reading, please? Jay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move second reading of bylaw 06.20 as amended.
Seconder Christine, comments? Jay?
This is an annual housekeeping. Thank you very much.
All in favor? Carried. Can I get no objection to third reading?
Can I move no objection to third meeting, Your Worship? To third reading, Your Worship?
Jay, seconder, Lisa, all in favor? Carried. So now can I get a motion for third reading? Tom?
Yeah, I move third reading of bylaw 06.20 as amended.
Seconder, Lisa, comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, 4.41, Dave.
In front of you is a request for decision for the Aquaplex roof replacement extra work. This work was approved by council in, I'm not sure which month exactly. The work was awarded to Canterbury Roofing for $258,000 and $258,750 for roof replacement work at the Aquaplex. The work scope was based off of a 2017 inspection. In order to get the warranty, the requirement from the contractor was that an inspection would be done before commencing the work. The current inspection was just recently carried out when they mobilized the site and did the exam and started their setup for commencement of work. The roof had been divided into 5 sections. 2 of the sections covering approximately 50% of the, or 75% of the roof, were found that the roofing material had leaked through the 2 years since 2017 when the inspection was done. So the insulation protection board and the insulation are now saturated and moist as well. So we need additional, we have spoken to our consultant and our contractor. They have identified 2 options. I've identified a further 4 of things that we can do. Administration is recommending option B, which requires an additional $92,000 worth of funds. $30,000, approximately $30,000 would come out of the existing budget item, and $61,724 would be needed added from reserves to that budget item in order to get the work done in a manner that still gives us our 10-year warranty for the roofing, for the roof of that Aquaplex facility. So that's what because this, for procurement policy, this would need to come to council for the extension of the budget and the extension of the award.
Thank you, Dave. Can I get a motion on the floor, please? Lisa? And there will be 2 different motions here on this topic, just so you guys all know. So let's do the first one.
Okay.
Yep.
So the council approved the allocation of an additional $61,724 in funds to operating budget 1.2.7202.255 Aquaplex roof repairs to be funded from the facility reserve account for the additional required work.
Seconder? Tom, comments? No comments? I just want to clarify, so this is because they found...
Yes, the roof that's there is a flat roof with a 2-layer tar paper, then an insulation board, and then insulation. Upon the thermographic imaging and core sampling in these 2 areas, the water from the roof has seeped down through the 2 roofing layers into the protection board and into the insulation. The actual wood structure of the roof is still sound. That's why we're recommending option B, which is simply to pull up the 2 layers of roof, remove the saturated sections of insulation, protection board, and insulation, replace those, and then build 2 new layers of roofing on top of it. Not doing the work encourages mold, rot, and mildew in the trapped moisture section, and will cause roofing problems in the future. The contractors also point blank said that if we choose any option other than the option 1 or option 2, they will not provide a warranty in any way, shape, or form.
So we will get the 10-year warranty.
We will be getting a 10-year warranty out of this with these 2 options, which matches the warranty on the original work, or the original scope of work.
Lisa?
So in regards to lifespan on that, if we went with option A and completely rebuilt it, what would be the lifespan of that roof compared to option B?
Because we would only be doing the complete rebuild on 75% of the roof on 2 distinct sections, we really wouldn't be getting that much of an extension of life on the roof structure itself. There would be some, but since we're only peeling up we would only be peeling up the roofing layers and the insulation, the actual wood board, the actual structural items of the roof are not really being affected by it. So I wouldn't see that it'd be any additional life expectancy would come out of it.
Okay, so just so I have this clear in my mind, so 75% of the roof is what we're fixing.
We're fixing the entire roof of the Aquaplex was the scope of work. The extra only affects 75% of it because of the different levels of the roof. The roof was divided into 5 different areas. 2 of the areas that equate to 75% of the roof were found to have the moisture leakage. The other areas were not, so the original scope of work still applies for those.
Okay, so that was my main concern. I didn't want to be fixing a certain portion of it if it's all in the same playing field, only to have to, 2 years down the road, come back and have to fix the other portion.
No.
So if we need to, my preference would be to fix it all at once and get it done.
This will bring all of the roof work to the same level, to level and standard.
Perfect.
Tom?
So I'm not quite clear. So how old is the existing roof? First question. Second question was, it was inspected in 2017 and was found to be okay, and now it isn't. Is that correct?
The age of the current roof that's on there, Daryl, do you know that? I do not have information on what the age of the current roof is. I believe it would be original construction would be my thought. Darwin, do you have any information on that? Okay, so 1994, that current roof was installed. As for the reason for the inspection, I have the inspection records from 2017. I wasn't here during that. The inspection in 2017 identified a scope of work that the roof needed to be repaired. In 2018, there was a project done for a bid was sent out to do the arena and the Aquaplex. The bid price came in such that it was deemed to only do the arena at that point in time and not the Aquaplex. As I wasn't here, I'm not entirely certain on what the decision process on that was, but the decision was made to delay the Aquaplex an additional period. For whatever reason, during that 2017 inspection and now, it's found that the roofing layers on this section have allowed water penetration through into the insulation board and protection board.
Christine?
But it's not coming in the roof inside
No,
yet.
it's not coming up from below, and it's not penetrated the vapor barrier or the wood support. It is right now simply in the roofing layer and the insulation that exists immediately under that insulation layer.
Perfect. Thank goodness to that.
Yeah.
Jay?
So I want to make sure I fully understood. The option A and option B do not refer to the amount of roof being fixed because the entire roof is being fixed. It refers to the layers of roof being fixed. mean, 100% of the roof is being fixed.
The original scope of work that was awarded had all of the roof being repaired with a new layer put on, with a new roofing layer put on top of it. Option A and option B are simply calling for 75% of the roof need to actually, instead of having a new layer put over top, the
They need
existing
more.
layers removed.
They need to, yeah.
Yeah, they need to be removed and the insulation replaced. Now, option A is full replacement of the insulation. Option B is replacement of the insulation only in those areas that are saturated or moist.
So not knowing anything about this stuff, Dave, you know, the difference in when we're talking about a reserve withdrawal of coming up on 90,000 versus 132. Is it possible, you know, in surgical terms, is it possible to be surgical enough to remove enough so that we won't find out 2 years from now that it was really impossible to get out the 75% without contaminating, without some moisture moving from that side to the other side, the 25% that's not that bad yet, that there's nothing, we're not, I mean, the underlying thing that everyone's not saying is, God damn it, we're tired of talking about pouring money into the Aquaplex, right? And the amount of things that go wrong because it wasn't done right a long time ago just pile on and on and on. And so if the difference between doing it right now, partly, and doing it all right now is $40,000, please tell me I'm not going to regret not spending the $40,000.
So the extra $40,000 would be, so the 5 sections of roof, the other 3 sections will not be affected by this because they're on different levels. So there's vertical separations between those. So the 2 sections that are left, we're calling for the difference between the 2 options would be, one is peel off all the material and then just remove any insulation protection board, whether it's good or bad. The other is peel off the protection layer, delineate the section that's damaged, and remove just that. Now in that, we're going to be making sure that whatever we mark is good and stays. We're not going to mark something that's questionable as good. We'll be marking it as good if we're certain it's good. If we're not certain it's good, it'll be considered to be removed.
Okay. And so, lastly, what impact does this have, if any, on operations? Will the Aquaplex be closed for any portion of this?
No, the roofing work was intended and scheduled to be conducted right now while the pool is in operation. This work is not going to have any effect on that. They'll be able to maintain the process. The operations will remain intact.
Thank you.
Christine?
I'm not sure if this was covered in here or not, but so they have identified that the reason for the leak and everything is deterioration, or was it a issue that?
All that I know from the reports that have been supplied to me is that the leakage is coming from the top layer of the roofing. Whether it's a tear, age deterioration, or whatever the root cause is, has not been made clear to us at this point in time. All we know is that the moisture is coming down from the top rather than up from below or from the sides.
Right.
It's all coming directly down through the the roofing material. So there's been some sort of failure in there, whether it's due to age deterioration, UV deterioration, or tear or damage is not. At this point, that's not an item that's been identified to me because since we were already replacing the roof, the reason this section has failed worse than the other section, it did not really come to my mind as a first concern. It's the amount of work that we have to do to get it fixed to the same scope as the same scope and quality as the other sections is my primary concern.
Right. Well, my concern obviously is if it is age, then the other side just hasn't done it yet. And
Correct.
so it's like, oh, it's
Yeah.
coming down the pipe. But if we are ripping it all off everywhere
Yeah.
anyway,
Since we already have the existing scope of work that the other sections, there's no extra on those, so that work is continuing. I mean, the weather issues have put them on a little hold right now because it's too cold. But the other sections of roof, that work is going to go ahead as per the pre-existing contract. This is simply an extra for these 2 sections of roof.
and they are going to keep their eyes open and come back to us in case they find more.
They've already conducted the full roof inspection
Oh,
in
okay.
order, because they point blank said, because of the age from the 2017 inspection, for them to carry the warranty for this work, they want an inspection redone prior to installing the new material.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Jay?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point of order. I don't understand. The motions are not consecutive, right? I mean, we're not spending 61,000 and then 90,000. It should have, unlike everything we always do, we should have had the report in its entirety so that we could have then chosen whether we want to make motion 1 or motion 2. It's not, you already have 30,000 in the contingency from the project. You're really asking for an additional 60,000 for a total of 90,000 to fund option 2. So motion 1, if it's passed, is an accidental mistake to not fully fund what we really want to do, which is fund, if council wishes to, is fund the recommendation to pursue option 2. So if I'm understanding correct, I mean, why do we have to have motion 1?
I put motion 1 in because I have $30,000 in the contingency. In order to do the option B extra, I need $90,000. So motion 1 is to get $60,000 from reserve into the budget item. Motion 2 is because the original contract was awarded by council. My understanding was that council had to award the $90,000 extra onto that contract as well.
So they are consecutive then?
Yes.
Motion 1 is to move the money.
Correct.
Option 2 is to allocate, is to award the money.
Is to award it to the contract.
Thank you.
To the contract.
All right, Lisa?
Just got a quick question. So the company that has been awarded to do the work, they're the ones who did the inspection, or did a third party do the inspection?
We have, the company awarded to do the work is Canterbury Roofing. We have a contract with a company called Swan Consulting that is our roofing expert that conducted the inspection in cooperation with the roofing contractor. The roofing contractor took the cores, but they were evaluated by Swan Roofing. The recommendation that we have is from Swan Roofing with an estimate for the extras from the contractor.
Perfect, thank you.
Anybody else? All in favor? Carried. Can I get a motion for the second reading of 4.4.1? Motion 2. Tom?
Yeah, I move that council approves the additional work of option B in the amount of $92,974, including GST, to be funded from the facility reserve account for Canterbury Roofing for the scope increase of the Aquaplex roof repairs work.
Seconder? Tony? Comments? Jake, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, as much as I absolutely intend on voting in favor of the motion, I just want to go on the record and say that my appetite for capital investments in this shell is absolutely, diminishing to next to nothing. We had a major refurbishment a number of years ago on the interior of this facility. And obviously, if the roof really hasn't been replaced since the 90s, it's going to happen. But it continues to be a source of frustration, and I know it is to you as well, Dave, and so I'm absolutely not shooting the messenger. But as we go forward, when I'm considering the capital financing strategy, the replacement of these kinds of things, I can't keep catching us by surprise. We need to have a better system that says a $300,000 roof repair is going to be required on this structure at this point. We need to consider it on this structure at this point, and so on. And I'm not sure that we do. So while I'm going to vote in favor of the motion, in the future, I'll be very disappointed if in the remainder of this term I have to address the shell of this facility any further.
Dave asked if somebody won the lotto, he would take it and redo it all. So if anybody's listening, Dave will spend your money wisely. So all in favor? Carried. Okay, let's move on to 4.5.1.
Thank you, Worship. So the request for a decision, administration is seeking adoption of policy number C0320, the wellness spending account policy. As was seen during last week's Committee of the Whole meeting, The policy, after 10 years in effect, has been refreshed to reflect some enhanced eligibility items, as well as to clear up some ambiguity that's in the current policy. Speaking regarding financial impact, as it stands, we currently budget on a budget perspective. There is no financial impact because we do allocate on the assumption that all employees exercise this benefit, but we do anticipate on an actual basis that these improvements will see a further intake or increased intake by the employees.
Can I get a motion, please? Tony?
I'll make a motion that council adopt policy number C-03-20, wellness spending account, repealing policy number C-02-09.
Seconder? Lisa, comments? Jay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm pleased to see the evolution of our HR practices, the modernization of all policies we should welcome, and I think steps like these help move us forward in our desire to be an employer of choice in this community. And as you mentioned, since we budget the full allocation, broadening the eligibility doesn't mean we're going to be spending any more money. It just allows more flexibility to our staff, and hopefully helps them appreciate the benefit even that much further, because these things are meant to not just attract and retain, that it's supposed to be demonstrating our appreciation and our hopefulness that they will lead a healthy life while they're contributing to the town of Drumheller. So I'm very pleased to see this.
Tom?
Yeah, I was just wondering, does council have a wellness spending account? Like, couldn't we get something like this for pickleball, or? No?
Anybody else? Well, I like to see it come forward because it's fairness for all, and it helps managers know what's considered and not. So, thank you. Okay, all in favor? Carried. All right, let's move down to 6.1. And who's bringing that forward?
Guess I will. So you've heard the from the public hearing. So what we're seeking is second reading to bylaw 01-20, which is to change lands that are zoned agriculture to a residential cottage housing district.
Motion, Tom?
Yeah, I move approval of bylaw number 01.20, or second reading, sorry.
Seconder? Jay? Comments? Okay, I just want to be clear that everybody understands that this is the bylaw for rezoning. This is not the bylaw for development. If this goes through, there's still all the other criteria that they're required to meet, the concerns with transportation, with the residents, with the neighbors. So just to be clear for all you guys voting, this is strictly just rezoning. Okay, so any other comments? All in favor? Carried. Can I see if there's an objection to third reading? Okay, we have an objection to third reading. Okay, then we will carry third reading in 2 weeks. Okay, let's move on to 8.1, and it's closed session. So can I have a motion to go in camera? Lisa, Christine, second. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay.